Hello everyone and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist and today we are going to be playing PowerWash Simulator 2. Before we get into that though, let's check in with the kitties. We do have Ember up there top center. We have Molly and Sky up in the tree. I think Molly sees Mason walking by. Yeah, you could very briefly see him in the play area. Then we have Sammy up on the bed in her spot. There's Mason. It's stream time, and he tends to hang out on the bed between breaks. But yes, PowerWash Simulator. We are pausing other types of stream until we clear this. Hello, Sherbet. Hey, bud. What? Sherbet has come over for some ear scratches. We're gonna move a little bit slowly. Ad break on Twitch. I do wish I had more control over exactly how that operates, but it is what it is. It's either that or everybody gets pre-rolls and everyone suffers. Alright. What do we have here? Oh, okay, yes. The filthy road sweeping vehicle. Hey there, Lore. We are just getting started. Delay by cat here. Sherbet's even starting to tolerate getting nabbed to clean his chin more frequently. At least he forgives me more quickly. Just want you to know from this day forth that you are forever loved by at least one person. Me. Started work this morning and forgot all about my detour around the annual Huckleberry Run on Oak Street. Drove my road sweeper straight into the party zone. Not sure what the fallout from this is going to be. I'm hoping with all that juice flying around, people kept their camera phones in their pockets and I've gotten away with it. One thing's for sure, if I go back to the yard with it looking like this, then I know what my work nickname's going to be for the next 40 years. That is the pop-up restroom that we started with. After cleaning the van, of course. Wow. Let us find the kitties first. We got a little bit more range down the street this time. And by a little bit, I mean all of it. Can we cross street? Wow. Something is going to happen. There's no way they're giving me this amount of space for nothing. Dr. Dulot's Pet Cafe. Things that I could not possibly have near me. As in, I would have to actively avoid it. Many cat cafes, when it is not like their own cats, will frequently have like agreements with a local shelter. So that the sociable cats are put out to interact with folks. I have obtained Gnome. Yeah, I feel like a trolley's gonna roll around or something, since it lets us go all around the street. And Center Street is the trolley tracks. Well, that's my guess. Okie doke. Let's get going here. Let's just do this right up front. Such a small target early, so far into the game. This doesn't feel like it can just be this. We shall see, though. Here, we're just going to preempt this muck being thicker than it looks. I wonder what that meter is on the right. There's like an orange meter on the soap icon there. You can see it under the hair tuft. Can't quite tell what it might be indicating. Hello, Molly. Oof. Hello. Mason will occasionally, but Molly is... Of them all, Molly is one of the couple that will do the making biscuits kind of on top of you when she comes to sit with you. Mason will do it a little bit, but it's primarily Molly. She has noticed the game. It is a risk surface. Yeah, the meter is running down now. I wonder if there's a limit to the amount of soap that you can deploy on any given level, you know? We'll just have to see. Ah, okay, you can stop them rotating, though. The rotation of the brush is actually kind of to your advantage. I'm guessing there's some sort of, like, soap per level that you get. All right. I missed an incredibly obvious spot. There is still the top, but, you know, we'll get there. Yeah, pretty bad, isn't it? As soon as I turned the corner and saw all the revelers having fun and chucking huckleberries around, I knew I was in trouble. I had no choice but to style it out and act like I was supposed to be there. His license plate is Sweeper. Probs would have seen semi alright if I hadn't panic pressed my brushes on. I don't know, I just thought, I'm driving through this parade, gotta look official, like I was a fruit mixer or something. Severely underestimated the power of the sweep. They turned the street into a river of jelly in seconds. And surely nobody was harmed in the process. We definitely missed a spot there. No soap coverage. Even then, I could have probs ridden it out if I hadn't started waving. Dunno, just thought, I gotta own this moment. All the while, down below, the brushes were creating a disaster zone of epic proportions. I feel like the only viable ways would have been to do what he did or floor it. That's it. That was his only way forward. Pray no one sees you in the chaos, or just act like you're supposed to be there and hope nobody calls you on it. Just wanted to keep morale high, you know? Really hope no one reports this. I love my job. Time I catch a piece of litter between my brushes, I feel like a black hole sucking in yet another galaxy. Or a Smith. Meanwhile, in Detergento. Oh, poor guy. Luck to the geezer. Let him have it. He's clearly underpaid. Part of that tire is missed. Hello, Colin. Welcome. Up top we go. And this had to be a sight, given the amount of spray like up and over the vehicle. Probably didn't need to use the soap after all. This stuff comes right off. continuing the PowerWash playthrough. Such a relaxing game for me. Little gnome antenna bobble. Base of the cab. That was it. Is this Royal Flush? I need to get my gas station all cleaned up before we're closed down for good. Hey, James, there's some indication of compensation, but there's also the oddity of... Just make sure that I didn't mess this up. Okay. That it seems like nobody really has a fixed name for them. It's got that vibe of like the urban legend, if you dial this number, if you send a text to this number, somebody will answer kind of thing. You know, the you'll die in 7 days kind of urban legend. But in this case, a power washer will show up. Now, in the last game, there was the excuse that there was sudden volcanic activity for why things might be filthy. Some of the places were by neglect, clearly, or like recent event, but there was also just volcanic ash. They don't have that excuse right now. Just to hear from the council. Thanks again, Rinson. You got Finn, out of a real sticky one here. And don't worry, he's fine. In fact, he's currently telling his story to the local news network. Mauka Atu Highway? Hello there, YT. The high muckamucks in the ivory towers of Lubra City have demanded we clean our humble gas station. Can you believe the gall of them? First, they build a new interstate that reduces passing traffic to a trickle. Then they say we're an eyesore to the few still traveling on it. The Town of the Year things put a rocket up all their behinds. If they ain't happy with the state of the place, they could at least put their hands in their pocket, rather than expect honest folk like us to foot the bill. Anyway, you best get on. We'll be inside, twiddling our thumbs and staring at the walls. There were a few in the first game where they emphasized that the person was in there, like observing. Now the whole place is a wreck. Alright, is it tile by tile or the whole area? Let's find out. Hey, are you doing the whole thing over? You know, like the doors, walls, and all those fiddly bits out front, even the roof? Only, I ain't been up there for quite some time, but our boy Marvin practically lives up there, so who knows what you'll find. For those unfamiliar with the game, this is PowerWash Simulator. It showed up during the kind of the crest of the job simulator games. Or at least the first one did. But it has such a relaxing atmosphere to it. It's remarkably well put together, and there's even a narrative. Like a full setting and narrative to it. First one had like time travel and ancient aliens and lost civilizations and all kinds of things were happening. come back with a regular sprayer for the border. Saying we might need to get the gutter separate here. Hey there, Tass. Welcome. Sorry about yesterday, folks. Schedule just kind of imploded on me. I feel like with some of these buildings, getting a fire hose hooked up would be step one. Just blast the place out with for an initial pass. I am reminded in the first game there was the playground where everything was just caked in muck. And they indicated it had been actively used during that. Like, they were reporting, like, skin infections in children. So, the ash was just kind of the horrifying icing on the filth cake. Like, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. That's what motivated them to finally get the place cleaned, was like health lawsuits. That's kind of the vibe of this particular map, Tass, is the local city, because of this like City of the Year contest, is saying you actually have to clean this place. The strong implication being the, okay, if you're going to twist my arm, I guess we can clean it. But I want it on record that we're doing this under duress. Danger, fuel storage. Diesel fuel only. Forgot to check for the kitty cats. Oh, there's Ulysses. See if we can find Bubble and Squeak next. Okay, yep. In like regional tradition, here's the kids' play area. You know, come see the kids' playground where the sepsis is free. That is on there. Hello, AFK. I do indeed, Dodds. Not dead yet. Given the state of this place, this is definitely the one of the ones where they have those hot dogs on rollers that some of them have clearly been there since the place opened, you know? So the family hot dogs. The game is coming together, Dodds. We are wrapping up the kind of the new design on how we're doing enemy spawning. Here's a heavier nozzle here. Like, those hot dogs have been passed down through the generations. There's some sort of ritual for passing those hot dogs on. Like, the family gets together and it's a big ceremony. Like, tears are shed as the hot dogs are handed down to the next generation. Well, no worries, Dodds. We say a lot, but, life before catching a stream. I appreciate it when people can. It's always nice to have, the familiar voices. But sometimes you got other stuff you need to do. Yeah, maybe it's like some sort of like local fraternity where there's the passing of the dogs. They wear silly hats. Or perhaps full novelty hot dog costumes, but it's a real somber affair. Like, they take it really seriously. They have, like, religious names for each other. It's not just, their name after brother. They're given a fraternity of the hot dog name once they are inducted. They would have a combination. Like, initially they probably had, like, mandates for behavior, but they went from, like, shaming rituals to, like, hazing rituals. Like, the rituals are all kept secret, and they're kind of sprung on the new person when they arrive. Like, nobody knows there's hot dog costumes until after entering the dark room, the lights come on and they are surrounded by, people in hot dog mascot outfits. There's a lot of, like, chorus chanting. The person leading it will say something and then everyone will praise the rollers. And you'd always have that one guy who's, like, way more into it than everybody else. Like, they really want everybody else to be very dogmatic, but most of the other folks are just there for the weekly barbecue. Everybody's out there frying up hot dogs, and he's all there quoting scripture at people. Sir, you're in a rubber hot dog costume. These are my sacred vestments. I thank you very much. One of the times they shut down the gas station for one of their sacred rites, and they forgot to flip the open sign. Somebody just comes in, buys a hot dog in the middle of the ritual, and walks out. Tell you what, Sugar, you wouldn't believe the things we see come along here now that they've opened the interstate. Anyone sneaking in or out of town comes this way, but so... I really wish you could go back on those, but... if there's a way to do it, I haven't found it. I'm sure it's a terribly obvious button. I find there can be really great humor in taking something that is, like, it could be construed as serious, or it's clearly intended to be kind of tongue-in-cheek, and extrapolating it out as if it were very serious, you know? To me, it's why the Helldivers narrative works, because the setting takes itself very seriously, but it's presented in a way that you can look at it as haha silly. You get that nice combo of, oh, that's a really bad thing, but it's a little more palatable. And, like, a hot dog cult could be something that is, like, dreadfully serious and a problem for the community, from a kind of a society perspective. But there's also just the aspect of there are a lot of traditions that are... I mean, that's all they are at this point, is it's just kind of a ritual, you know? Like, yeah, we used to do blood sacrifice and turn people into sausages, but it, now it's just an excuse to play baseball every month. But they would still get really upset if you implied that their sacred rights, neutered as they are comparatively, are not serious. You know, it's a big deal with capitals. Yeah, there are some sports fans. The fervor for the local team is very much in that vein. Nice. Some really awful looking stains on that. Oh. Like we have a brief OBS hiccup there. There we go. Okay, the entire garage wall is a single unit. Now just there are some. It was like the street sweeper, the prior level, where it's like this is genuinely impressive. Like I would have liked to see you create this mess. Because it was the I drove the street sweeper through a berry parade. It was the Huckleberry Festival. And the street sweeper from top to bottom, like the brushes were caked with it, and the roof of the street sweeper was caked with it. Like, that's impressive. That must have been a sight. There would have been like a blast wave, like a wake of jam. As well as nobody being hurt. That really has the vibe of that's a thing that has happened and people are used to it. Like they see it coming and just step out of the way in time. Just one of those things, you know? You have the inevitable, like, local radio show tapped to commentate, and when the street sweeper comes crashing through the parade, there's no urgency in their voice, there's no shock. It's just like they're announcing the next float. And here comes the street sweeper crashing through the barrels. Yeah, oh, there's a lot of jam this time, Jim. Oh yeah, they're definitely going to hit the second row of observers this time. Like, it's not a special thing, it's just something that you note, that you're aware of during the process. Happens all the time. Okaneki, yes, we're playing PowerWash Simulator 2. We are cleaning just the filthiest gas station. Look at this place. But in any event, Okaneki, welcome. Welcome back. Really enjoyed the first of these games, and this is just, it's so chill. I'm going to say that a lot during these streams. To some extent, it's to remind folks, I am going to get distracted. I am going to get locked in. I will be doing everything I can to pay attention to chat while this is going on, but it might take me a moment to notice. We triggered the next job. Dirt Finder, it's Park Warden. I hear you're back in business. We're in a bit of a fix at the recreation grounds. The bandstand's filthy dirty. Sure would appreciate your help. They have soiled their gazebo. Anybody ever hear the classic kind of tabletop RPG / D&D joke story, the Dread Gazebo? I get the impression that James has indeed heard that story. There are many variants to the story, but it generally boils down to a tabletop RPG group that has never heard the term gazebo before. So when the GM implies that they see a gazebo, they approach it as if it's an unknown monster. First time I ever heard it was the old Knights of the Dinner Table comic series. But with the Hackmaster rule set. I acknowledge you, Ember. I do. Says, acknowledge all you want, but I am not being properly cradled. Ember disapproves. there a setting for that? Ooh, green. It used to tell you what kind of stuff it was. Ah, yeah, green's a better color. Alright, let's soap that. Hey, Ember, you gotta sit down or something. Some of these scenarios have the vibe of like they blew something up. Come on. Ember needs back scratches. Pensive attention for the kitty cat. What many do we have on the bed currently? Oh, we got 4 of them on the bed. An uncommon configuration. Mason is in Sky's spot, so Sky is in, it's actually Sherbet's, Sherbet to Mason. It ranges from both of them being in the middle to, like, one further back than the other, but usually it would be Sherbet further back. Used to be if you wanted to change any part of your kit, like add one of the extensions to it or something, you had to use a radial menu, which was a bit of a hassle. Now they've switched it over so it's just like 1, 2, and 3 change your options, cycle through it. You can still hold and switch, but you no longer have to. They added more physics to some of the objects when you spray them. Rocking chair rocks a bit when it gets hit by the water. So the rocking chair and this table are a prime example. Like, this was fine to you until they were threatening to, like, repossess your property. The state of that chair was fine. This is not just, like, it's weathered. This is... You would need to clean your pants. Alternately, what is wrong with your pants that it caused that mess? So in that case is a don't tell me, just go bathe. Back side of the rocking chair. Well, we're back here. I'm reminded of the game Beacon Pines. Cute little, anthropomorphic people world. And the plotline starts out very light, but you're able to, try different timelines to advance the story further. Have things play out differently than they originally did. And you eventually get the sort of, weird science experiment facility vibe, and I get some of that here. Is you'd kind of expect you to show up and there would be hazmat crews that would scurry away. Because something is happening here to allow it to get that filthy so frequently. That's kind of the question, Okaneki. I could imagine things like oil stains and whatnot, but that's purple. And it is on there, the purple stuff. Some sort of pervasive Nurgle cult level rot just kind of naturally occurs in this place. Some of these rigs that pass by might well call them drivable houses. They're as big as one. You feel them before you see them. I think I feel one now. Wait for it. Disappointed. Truck detecting senses have failed you, ma'am. The whole region, all of the location names have a sort of dirt/cleaning name to them. Or related. But they're also all prone to just supernatural levels of filth. So, is the naming kind of your sort of ward against evil concept? We name it thus to try to fend away the darkness or confuse the evil spirits. Is the nature of the muck in the frequency of it, especially this stuff. Look at this. This is unnatural filth. And I don't just mean societally, hazardous to human life. I mean, this is eldritch. mean, maybe our hot dog cult commentary isn't out of the question. Like, have they opened a portal to the hot dog dimension? Has Dread Relishore actually been awoken and is seeping into the world? Have the unholy condiments been unsealed? I feel like if you had a hot dog cult, the lore has to be really good. Like, it doesn't have to be dark and edgy, but it had better be good lore. Maybe this stuff being so iridescent, they're implying that it's like oil stains or whatnot, but... seems questionable, you know? Get the base pass out of the way before we deal with the extra dimensional stuff. Okay, no, see, this is definitely something weird. This is the gas/oil stain here, or the gas stains. So they're using a darker color for that. This is vibrant. Semi-related, but a lot of Lovecraft stuff does get film adaptations. And like a lot of film adaptations of books, a lot of them are done just badly. In fact, I would say most of them are done badly. Guillermo del Toro's stuff is... it's like... I can't remember what it was called, but it was a Cabinet of Curiosities kind of riff as far as the name. And one of them he did was Pickman's Model. And that was straight up bad. Like, real bad. I think he had Dreams in the Witch House, and that one was also pretty questionable. Not sure, though. I think I might be thinking of something else for Dreams in the Witch House. But there's a recent one that's actually really good, and that's, I think it's like The Color Out of Space. It's a Nick Cage vehicle. And they capture and run with the feeling of that story really well. Like, really well. I mentioned because of the really iridescent, glowy color. The use of, like, that kind of color in that one is a big selling point of it. It gives you that feel of... it gives the light a supernatural vibe even before they start to show some of the kind of creatures resulting from it. Eldritch Horror has to sell the atmosphere. It has to feel otherworldly. And I think a lot of them just don't pull that off. It just ends up being kind of monster movie scary, is what they end up doing. And that is disappointing. Now, our hot dog cult, I don't think could pull off Eldritch. I think it would be surreal or uncanny. Like, to the viewer, it's very strange or perhaps unsettling, but it's presented to everybody else as entirely normal and, not out of the ordinary in any way. Oh yeah, I should totally pressure wash this thing. We'll get those, those exposed bits of circuitry, really blast it with water. Oh, no, this stuff does pass by. A cactus battery. Oh, it's the battery for the cactus. Can't remember if there's a term for it, but essentially sentence structure / grammar that makes the thing you are referring to unclear. So, the cactus battery, is that a cactus that is a battery, a type of battery? Is it the battery for the cactus? Observing the context, but just the sentence doesn't tell you. No, that ain't it. That thing might as well have come out of a piñata. Oh no, these things are much bigger than that. Wait for it. Okay, they were saying that cement mixer wasn't the thing that they were feeling approaching. So that event has not resolved yet. Well, I look forward to some sort of, G.I. Joe mobile command center coming down the road. Rapid fire dings you get from small objects getting cleaned individually. We will certainly need some sort of lift or whatnot to get to the full cactus, but for now... And the ability to... I wonder if that was always there and I just never looked. The ability to change the color of the filth pulse. Because there have been some levels where that bright yellow does not help. Lone Star Station. Step stool here. Oh, no, can't. I do like how once you add the first extension, it has a rifle grip. The more we can get from below, the less that we'll need to deal with once we go up there further. this like stuff that was sprayed by one of these weird giant vehicles they're talking about? So it's definitely not like vehicle oil related if it's all the way over here. Like, it's caked into the dirt. I'm having to use the high pressure one on dirt and gravel to get it loose. It is a slime caliber substance. And you do have to respect the power efficiency of that. Unless they just have a whole bank of those batteries in the garage or something. You got the whole thing. Still working on the front of this thing. We've still got the sides, the roof, the play area, and the back. The ever so concerning, you have a play area in this condition in the back of this place. That play area is the sort of last sighted at in an Amber Alert kind of situation. So in this case, they won't be found, like, from being kidnapped. They will have been consumed by the playset. Like one of the carnivorous locale SCPs, except, you know, it's just the dirt. It's nothing to do with the structure. What's your crazy idea, Okaniki? You hold your horses. They'll be along. Don't worry about it. Very much a wait for it kind of scenario. Payoff for this had better be excellent, ma'am. Forecourt floor. There we go. Place in Massachusetts called Sandwich. What if the game is situated in Sandwich, Massachusetts, and instead of a hot dog cult, it's actually a sandwich cult? I mean, gas station sandwich does work, but I feel like that would be... It's less obvious, you know? Pizza slices and hot dogs, I think, spring to mind more easily when it comes to the eternal gas station food, you know? The stuff that seems like it's been there forever and will always be there. Whole lot more thick grime in this map than several of the others. What are we doing for resources? $5,000 for the next Prima Vista. I don't feel like the Urban X is necessarily going to be what we want, since it loses coverage in exchange for direct power. They definitely have done a better job with the progression of equipment in this one. Definitely not as viable to just save up and buy the best one early. That looks like, you know, hamburger or hot dog muck there. Your greens, reds, and yellows. Like how there are some, like, traditional festivities where people will, like, toss plates or break them kind of thing. Maybe it's like that. You know, when the hot dog is almost finished, you spike it on the floor. It's simultaneously fun and consecrates the pavement. Upper layer of muck off of the table. Stuff is thick enough in some of these locations that it needs at least green to clear it out in one go. But at least the tabletops can be knocked out at moderate range with white. Aside from the thicker areas, one pass with white is enough. Like the metal supports for these, I wonder if there's a, like, specific name for this kind of table. The table bench combo with the almost, very few parts metal underframe to it. Sometimes things like that will have a very descriptive actual name or just a specific name. But you don't frequently call them that, or it's not a known term. Just like, Band-Aid is a brand name, but sometimes they will be like self-adhesive medical plasters or similar. You've won adhesive medical strips. The secret prize is nothing. It was just a ploy to get kids to sell more candy. So setting aside the obnoxious, everything is a sandwich internet meme arguments, I feel that there are lots of foods and whatnot where the term means a specific thing, it's if you asked for a sandwich and you were handed a hot dog, would you feel that they fulfilled your request properly? And while you can argue that technically it's the same thing, because of a particular definition that is usually made up on the fly. It'd be like at a restaurant if they had, without pictures, hot dog and hamburger and sandwich, and you ordered any of those and they came out with any of the other ones. And then they attempted to argue, but it's also a sandwich. So all of these are what you ordered. Like, you would probably say, haha, and then expect them to give you what you wanted. It's much like, you know, the ocean is soup. If the menu said soup, and you ordered soup, and they brought out a bowl of salt water that they scooped up out back, and then said, well, it's soup, yeah, that would be a big old no. But therein lies the internet, the internet meme element of it is that if you define a given foodstuff loosely enough, then it becomes increasingly encompassing. You know, water, whether hot or cold, with some additive to it. Since there are types of soup that are cold, there are types of soup with very limited ingredients. Any number of things that, you know, the joke ceases to work in reality. And there's also the cultural markers to them. Like, in some areas, pizza is a different thing. And sometimes in those areas, the thing one group calls pizza is sacrilege in another. Crusted. I don't know what that sound is, Dodds. It does sound like somebody is yelling. Perhaps they're trying to give you the vibe of, like, coyotes or something like that. Like, I hear gulls, which is not out of the question. Or some sort of bird to that nature. Grizzly bear, max dirt resistance. I can't see how that could possibly be true. Really does have that technically it's legally true kind of thing. Like, if we were taken to court, we would be able to point out that it's technically true, but like with the sandwich thing, nobody believes that. Kind of like, I don't know if that case got appealed, but there was a particularly demented judge that ruled that if somebody orders boneless chicken wings, that there isn't a reasonable expectation that they not contain bones. It was very much one of those wait, what now kind of scenarios. You'll get some particularly odd laws like that, Okaneki, where things are classified in particular ways because at some point somebody felt it necessary to say that you couldn't call X a Y. It's like Ireland or Scotland has a rule that has a law in place that means if Subway sandwiches opened up a store there, they couldn't call the stuff they use as bread because there are very specific regulations over there as to the composition of bread. Like, it can only have so much sugar in this way, so much of it needs to be this or that. And as a result, Subway sandwich bread in that area would be considered cake. I believe part of the judge's ruling indicated that, used the example that if somebody ordered buffalo wings, they wouldn't expect that they were actually getting the wings of a buffalo. It was truly stupid. But that's also the things that lead to that kind of legislation, where there is a very specific reason that a particular rule was put in place, but the way it is worded means it could be applied to new things in a nonsensical fashion. Stuff like, I believe there are places where the composition of a sausage and how it, like how it is put together, what is in it, what kind of casing can it have, those are all like regulated in law. Like, there is language in law as far as what it is supposed to be allowed to contain. Places with that indicated in bread in similar. Some of those laws are really old because there were periods where people were putting miscellaneous things into the flour as a cost-cutting operation. You know, a little sand, some wood shavings, that kind of thing. Cheaper than flour. So laws were enacted that were very specific and also really brutal in punishment. Like, I believe some of the bread ones, if you adulterated the wheat or the flour, there were like execution level punishments. Yeah, they definitely got some things like gulls and whatnot indicated in those sounds, or perhaps some sort of desert creature that sounds remarkably like a gull. But since there's parking lots in, like, food vendors around, gulls are very likely. But some of those calls do sound like remarkably human. Alright, let's see here. We have two different flavors of spray, two different flavors of lubrication, and dregs and dregs light. Which all sound just lovely as far as beverages are concerned. Having to use a lot more different nozzles than in some of the prior ones. As one of the fun things about Stream Chat, Dodds, is the weird facts that different folks know. Experiences from other places. But then you also have the, like, but is that actually true factor? . The internet is rife with mythology. And some of them aren't just, because internet. There are plenty of them that the internet made it easier for it to become assumed to be true. Oh, that was fun. So, up until recently, there's been assertions that AI models are really durable and that you would have to, in order to damage the model, you would have to have control of a majority of its data set, of its training set. It sounds like there is research currently to show that it takes 150 samples of poison data to make an AI fully believe that poison data. No matter how much else is in the training set. Just 150 instances. So those people that are working on essentially toxic data samples, there's several versions when it comes to art. And several at least one version that is way more complicated to do for music. I think one of them for art is called Nightshade. They do distort the art slightly if you're looking at it, but for people posting to like social media and whatnot, having that kind of thing in place can be a boon to them, and also hilarious. Oh, I had not heard that, Dodds, that Twitter was replacing their presentation algorithm with AI. This is just like Grokpedia and pretty much everything else that Musk touches. This will go very badly. It will look very bad for the companies doing it, and everybody will try to be very quiet about it after praising it as the second coming. See the Hyperloop, see the Cybertruck, see the assertion that SpaceX was just going to completely revolutionize the space industry. See, I'm going to make Twitter so much better. I think that's the key to it, is that right now there's a whole lot of hype around using large language model style generative AI to replace people and to replace skill sets. And it doesn't work like that. Like, provably, it's not working that way. But as like kickoff point tools, it's working very well, but it's not being deployed, developed, or marketed for that. So we're ending up things with like judges doing rulings based on what any of these things tell them. Starlink is questionable, Dodds, because those satellites are wearing out remarkably fast. Anybody recall? I think it's Kepler syndrome or something like that. It is a particular amount of space junk around the Earth that needs to happen before we're trapped on the surface. Like, there will be so much space junk that it would shred any spacecraft that goes up there. Yeah, SpaceX is a legitimate worry to the scientific community in that regard. Because they are just flinging stuff up there. Now, the spirit of a lot of these things that get touted is good. But the actual execution... Very big Gone, sunbathing gnome. Apparently, the child of the owners of the gas station spends most of their time up here. Yeah, wrench is a hammer and butter knife is a screwdriver. But to have a person saying, and you're doing the right thing in doing so, is what is being passed off as AI is like right now. It's not just that it's giving false information, it's that it's doing so confidently, and then people are taking that as unquestioned truth. Again, lawyers and judges have been caught using it. That's real bad. Now, as a research tool to kick off investigations for lawyers and judges, yeah. But just like all of the professions that they claim it can replace, there is the, and then you verify that it's not wrong step that is being skipped. Like, extensively skipped. You know, in terms of programming, code getting into production with no double check. Oh, but the unit tests will save us. Not if you let the thing write unit tests or change them. Or that your unit tests don't cover the thing that it's changing. Whoop. is this purple stuff? Yep. I get the same general feeling, you know, not in the fictional extreme, but I feel like we're going to get the same backlash as with pretty much all of the other stuff. Is the hype bubble will burst. In this case, economically devastating burst, because there's a real, at least in the US, there is a pretty terrifying economic bubble surrounding AI data centers right now and capital investment. And then we will have overcorrection. Where all interest in that field of technology evaporates for a while. Not like just LLMs, like machine learning in general goes away because now everybody thinks machine learning is ChatGPT. Oh, you have companies that are actively saying AI instead of machine learning for things that are established machine learning. Little alien head pattern on the blanket. That the agreement that OpenAI has with Microsoft as far as like content ownership after particular points includes once OpenAI declares AGI has been achieved. That declares being the operative part. It is the same thing as blockchain and NFTs and metaverse all over again. These are things that you could absolutely use for particular purposes, but now it's going to be really hard to get investment out of, like, quiet back room, like, we know what we're doing with it, but we're not going to say we're doing that, because it will make all of our investors panic. Feel a rumbling deep down in my gizzard. That thing's not far off now. I'm guessing there are particular percentage triggers that happen with this. Once you have cleaned so much, the next... Well, we know that's how the conversation works, so it's probably how the appearance of the big thing is supposed to happen. soap the support struts up. Passive exposure dots. I have exposure to old academic machine learning content from the neural network, Bayesian belief network kind of era. Some academic exposure. But past that, it's hearing the hype and then looking for information about how it actually works or how it might not be working. Especially with anything related to the tech industry, it is to your advantage to assume they're lying to you. It's like any advertisement you see on YouTube where they talk about how, you know, a young MIT graduate is disrupting this industry, and they don't want you to know. Kid you not, there is one for air filters that is touting the, you know, what would it be, the sort of electrified metal plates, the ionization air filters, as this amazing new technology that the air filter industry is trying to step on. Like those ones that are like they're trying to silence us are the worst ones. Those lead to just such a bizarre, toxic mindset. Prime conspiracy theory stuff. Now, that's not to say that companies pushing some product or another aren't absolutely out for a profit. It's the, but this one isn't mindset that they're pushing. You know, but oh, we're different. We're here to help you stick it to the man. good indication how engrossing the game in the conversation has been, because we're 2 hours in and I haven't stopped. My indicator of how focused I have become. And whether that is conversation or game or both. Easy to lose track of time, you know? So clearly for cats, just because of the iconography they're using. But these are actually bad bowls for cats. I don't know if it's true with dogs, but for cats, it should be something for an average-sized cat. It should be elevated about 6 inches. So otherwise, they will steadily strain their neck. And you also want the bowl to be extra shallow because touching their whiskers against the edge is irritating. That feels like an adapted quote there, James. That I do not recognize. Ah, okay. The John Wick series is pretty solid. There are definitely moments that are like, okay, get on with it, but as far as like the overall series. But it is enjoyable. I think I agree with that, Tass. The series does not have pretensions to be more than it is. We actually see that as a problem in a lot of game development, where you can see that there was a core idea, but then they were like, but what if live service, or you know, but what if we add a battle royale, because that's what the kids want. Jeez, that is on there. I mean, not surprising, that's rust. But still. That pretty much means that is rusted into it. Yeah, and it does go the other way. Is a thing is not being... There are parts of fan bases that do not allow a game to be what it is. Yep, Monster Hunter is one of them where it's like, oh, but you can't remove this. Like, no, I don't need my games to be uphill both ways in the snow simulator. But that's also another marker for the, the best way to make a game is to make a game. It's doesn't matter if your idea seems simple or something that's been done before. It's make it, because there is a merit to have just for it coming to be. It is something that big studios get caught up on, is it needs to be the next big blockbuster when it doesn't. It just needs to be good, and people will like it. And then they will pay you monies for it. Apparently, the Duckov game is causing a bit of a stir because it is outperforming two big, like, AAA studio releases right now. Now, there are a lot of factors to it that I think are getting ignored for the headline involved there. But it's still a good indication. It is a well-crafted game with a cute little hook to it. It's Escape from Tarkov, but single player. And there's a cute duck. Like, that's it. That's all it has to be. And if it is that done well, then it has a good chance to survive. I personally still like the vibe of Untitled Goose Game more than Among Us. Is it effectively the same game? Yes. But again, I like the feel of Goose Game as far as its presentation. There's a lot more snark to it. Now, with mods and whatnot, it's not like there is a true content battle between the two games. Among Us, Tass. Untitled Goose Game was the what if Among Us, but with more of the werewolf roles and geese and ducks. Oh, okay, yes, you're right. Untitled Goose Game is just you play as Goose. That one, too, is good. Wouldn't be the first time that I latch onto a game's title and think, we're talking about something completely different. There are just so many games. Yeah, but Goose Game is a prime example of it is what it is and it does it well. All right. It is what it is and it has no pretensions about it. It does not appear to be trying extra hard to be more than it is. Steam's genre categories are excruciating sometimes. I mean, it's wrong about co-op more often than not, but at least there's I can see the functional argument. I can see the everything's a sandwich argument going on with co-op. But sometimes I'm trying to remember recently. There was some sort of game that it had recommended it because you've played Elden Ring and I'm sorry, you've played Elden Ring and 40K Rogue Trader recently. You might like this, and it wasn't a CRPG. It wasn't a Souls-like. I can't remember what it was now. But it was one of those, there was one tag that wasn't fully descriptive of those two games at all. And that was the tag that it supposedly shared. You have a lot more reach left and right with this thing than forward. It's really easy to get it to lift off the ground if you go forward too much as opposed to left and right more. He said, then immediately demonstrates sending it too far left. was a YouTube channel that I encountered that was one of the things that they would go hunting for were those Steam lists and like Reddit post chains that create lists of games that are too woke and why they're too woke. The one I encountered, the video for it was them reading through the reasons that Monster Hunter Wilds was a woke game. Including such things as, you know, a guild researcher who had too much power and, you know, was a woman kind of stuff. The fact that when offered cheese, they seem to really enjoy the meal was promoting inclusion of immigrants. Additionally, the female characters were promoting DEI because, you know. I also saw, what was it, Outer Worlds, I mentioned I was playing recently, was being considered that. Outer Worlds is like, what if Cyberpunk, but even more extreme capitalist dystopia? That's what they go for, and they execute on it. Like finding a soldier who's about to bleed out, and when you offer medical attention to him, the first concern that he raises is that he is contractually obligated to use only medical products that the company that he works for produces. Like, if he survives because somebody gave him medication that was from an opposing brand, he would be punished for it. To some extent, there's a lot of, what was it? What if Dutch East India Company, but Space Empire? A lot of these things, there's kind of that feel of there's no pleasing you, is there? where it's like, okay, so we have a late capitalist dystopia in space, but you are allowed to side with them during many events. Like, you can absolutely treat them as the faction that you're going to work with. Like, isn't that good? Isn't that what you want? Like, you can treat them as the good guys? It gives you dialogue options that absolutely do that, not tongue-in-cheek. Like, they make it very clear if you read that, you know, if you read, sometimes a big ask, that these policies are not human forward. But, like, they can be the side that the protagonist is aligned with. I guess the big one's a no-show. You must think I'm a right one. Things out there, though, you mark my words. But, I mean, that kind of speaks to the overall thing that we were alluding to with some of the prior stuff. And that's... there is no pleasing the loudest voices when it comes to, like, entertainment criticism. The ones going on Twitter and shouting about how, like, shouting things like "go woke, go broke" do not represent the viewing populace. Like, they are a subsection of it, but there doesn't seem to be effort to figure out, you know, how sub is the section. I mean, ultimately, you know, it's the problem with Morbius. You know, but I saw it on Twitter, that must mean this is true. I don't know what you could possibly be referring to, Tass. There are a lot of perfectly, you know, there are a lot of perfectly expected, what would it be, closets in the subsection, but there's also, in the supposed subsection, but there's also a lot of, very red-tinted ones. That would very emphatically like you to believe that that's not a thing. And should not be a thing. Somebody has spray-painted plankton on the playset here. definitely want to be working towards that next level of washer. Let's just soak this. You watch with the soap, the parts that weren't covering, like, thick dirt will, kind of evaporate. Mechanically, what I think is happening in the background there is that the type of dirt, or the dirt layer, is actually being replaced with a soap layer. So instead of a thick dirt, it's now soap. And soap is easy to wash off. Let's see if we can get the demonstration here. So the graffiti is particularly hard to remove. Like it's red nozzle, and slowly. But if we soap over it, now it's soap. Soap is easy to remove. exactly. Look, the texture kind of flows downward to get that vibe of the suds flowing. The game is what it is, and it does it well. Some of what it is weird. Again, there's a narrative to your work simulator game. Like an absurd narrative as opposed to just a, like, hey, you're a house flipper and you made money on that house you flipped. But the execution on it is excellent. Get back up there. Oh, the settings actually have a name for it. Like name it specifically, but when I press menu options, the snap sounds and the like, that is your diegetic sounds. I am interacting with the UI, and there are sounds specific to, like, the machinery that it uses for that UI interaction. Not the menu click, it is the sound of me clicking the nozzle into place, you know? And there's multiple categories of the sound of the sprayer. We're near the end of this level, and some of this stuff is annoyingly resistant, so we're just going to deploy soap right away here, get the rust and the muck off of it. The indeterminate purple goo. None of that, Molly. None of that. Don't need you nosing buttons. Cat noses can act as capacitive styli for things like phones. As can toe beans. That jump there was Molly. Molly likes to press the spacebar. And bite cables. And knock things over. Some intensive back scratches to see if she will be distracted. Isn't that right? She will liquid cat her way elsewhere. Gracefully, mind. Molly is not a graceful cat. Anybody else do this kind of thing when you're dealing with, well, primarily, like, in a game like PowerWash, but it's to subdivide the things out so that the progress is in, like, more numerous chunks. So instead of, like, the whole wall, I just need to do 4 quadrants of the wall, kind of thing. Alright, hide the cleaned ones. Air pump crank handle. Forecourt floor border. Playground slide platform floor. The underside of it, then. No. Weird. Tire stacks. Oh, wow, yeah. The pet bowls. One of these is not clean. Pump, gas station roof trim. One of the walls and one of the pumps. definitely that wall. Welcome back, Molly. Now, the implication with this one, Dodds, is it was pretty much the gas station coming down this road. But they put in an interstate, and that has, like, severely damaged their business. Just this wall here. No soap stuck to it. No soap. Is it a different... Oh no, it is definitely that wall. That one. That little L section there. There's a little bit of green flashing through on the seam here. There we go. There's a little bit of a seam on that seems to have caught some stuff. Hey, Amethestra and group. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. We're playing some PowerWash Simulator. You've arrived just in time to see one of the replays. How was your stream? What were you up to? What to say? Me and Ron have been out front for hours, gazing at your handiwork with tears in our eyes. We ain't seen this place looking like this for many a year. Anyway, look, Ron's given me this cheeky smile and dashed indoors, and now there's soul music floating in out of the windows. Let's hope Marvin keeps himself to the roof for a while. Oversharing gas station, folks. All right, mobility scooter and bandstand. Let's get the scooter. I know some folks complained about that merman's beam, but I weren't one of them. You see, I love giving folks a treat, and that beam fired a line straight over our retirement home, all the way to the Bullseye Superstore on the edge of town. So every night I'd follow that beam there just as the markdowns go out. Then I'd load up with as much discounted deliciousness as my scoot could handle. But the beam went off just as I was shortcutting it through the national park. Made it out eventually, but those woods are denser than pound cake, and my scoot's not cut out for off-roading. The Some of the vehicle ones are just like little tidbit kind of stuff comparatively. I found my way out of those woods, but I found my way out, but the discounted snacks didn't. To clarify, it wasn't panic eating. Just the best before dates were fast approaching, and I can't stand waste. Ella Good's Huckleberry Pie. Traditionally made croissant, 3 for $1. Or 3 for 1. Boysenberry muffins. That ding sound is one of the brilliant user interface elements of this game. It is very powerful user feedback. I'm clearly doing this right. The game is telling me so in no uncertain terms. If you can read this, you're too close. Bucket on. Recessed wheels. Recessed hubcaps, more like. The first game would give you a list of things if you couldn't find them. Well, things you missed. This one will give you a targeter for something that you missed. So in addition to knowing that it was something you missed, you can filter the list and it will put a little marker on it. Just so. Amazing work, my friend. Scooter's scooting like a dream machine. Already been to Stuff and Run just down the way. It's not as good as the Bullseye, but it'll do nicely till they figure out how to turn that beam back on. I've left you a red velvet cake as special thanks. It was the only thing not on discount. That's how good a job you done. Buckingham's Spring Festival is only a few short weeks away now, and that means the usual outdoor concert at the bandstand. Unfortunately, the band are refusing to play on it in its current condition. Deputy Warden Indy Clemson's already gone at it with a mop and bucket, but the removal of such profound dirt deposits requires a grit they have yet to fully develop. This is one time I can say with certainty that what we need is someone with your diligence and hydraulic finesse. Yup. Yup. Alright, how much monies do we have? 2835. We're got the 1500, which is the base. We're using the 24. Even selling the 24, we wouldn't be able to get the 3000. Bubbles. Ulysses and Squeak, most like. Okay, it's not as caked on as the gas station was. Now imagine I imagine you're wondering how the name of Herbert Heck, in the name of Herbert Heck, our bandstand got in such a sorry state. Yes. Well, seeing as how you've been too busy to stop by lately, I'll tell you. Viscera cleanup in principle, I think, is fun, but in execution, it has the problem of let's just use default game engine physics and call it good. And those physics, because of how the actual game's mechanics work, are actively working against you, you know? Outer boundary all cleaned up here so that we can target the floor in individual regions. Very nice. Let's see, on the game dev project, what we got to last time was, we have the mechanics for the new spawning system laid out. And the next thing will be to finish it in the configuration and give it a test run. So what we have is the concept of an entity firing off triggers to entities that are kind of bound to it. This is meant to facilitate things like, if you cross this line, these enemies start spawning, kind of thing. So we're gonna be looking at wiring that up and trying it out. Because then, once we have that in place, we could actually get a working test level going. Figure out exactly what we'll do with a working test level, but you know, we could start making more gameplay at that point, like level flow kind of stuff. That will be after we're done with PowerWash, because I want to play PowerWash. Well, the thing is, it's not fully linear. Like, the size and hassle involved in cleaning a given area does not steadily increase. It will kind of oscillate up and down. More involved cleaning tends to happen later, but sometimes some of the early ones can be very big. Of course, you know all about that Muckingham merman appearing from nowhere deep in the desert and firing forth that blue beam of his day and night. But what you might not know is that this bandstand has become a pulpit for every tin pot gas bag wanting to give their warm bake on where it might have come from or what it all might mean. So Viscera cleanup, the thing I don't like about it is the frankly sloppy physics system they have in place for it. That even if you're incredibly careful, it's incredibly easy to tip over a bucket, or to have a box containing an object that you're about to move suddenly start vibrating and spray its contents everywhere. Like, I think the spirit is there, but it's another... The execution could be a lot better. Doesn't mean the game is in any way irredeemable or something like that. It's just, I feel it could be better than it ended up being. I haven't seen much about the Goblin one, where you're, like, cleaning up a fantasy dungeon. A lot of it comes down to the physics systems that a lot of these games introduce often feel extraneous to it, like to its detriment. A perfect example of that is every Bethesda game. The physics system in those is notoriously buggy and often doesn't lend anything to the game. Yeah, Goblin Cleanup, I think, is the one I was thinking of. Haven't seen much of it, haven't tried it, but the premise is new and cute, so... Yes. And the Bethesda engine is, I think, no small part of the problem, is... at least no small indicator of the problem. It's that it's included for, again, no real good reason. Hello, Ember. Ma'am. Situate yourself, please. So their explanation for how this place is dirty is that they're getting a lot of the equivalent of street preachers talking about the merman statue. What their theories on its existence are. That is an insufficient explanation. Unless the form of oratory they're using involves body functions, like violent body functions, I don't feel like they would be able to get this kind of mess. Like, if there were, like, tomatoes or something around, like, okay, sometimes the crowd doesn't like what they have to say, or whatnot, or there's an really enterprising vegetable seller that comes around for that purpose. Get your rotten tomatoes. Can't watch the crazies speak without your rotten tomatoes. I mean, I feel like that would be a missed business opportunity if they didn't. kind of disconnected from everything. But anybody else tired of or already tired of people referring to a Google document used for the purposes of speaking about a controversy being referred to as a Google Docie? Like, it's already an abbreviation. It's already got all of the stuff in there. What is served by making something that is supposed to be serious into something cute? People referring to it as a Google Docie. Frequently in internet controversies, we're seeing that. Like, person X is accused of something, so they release their side, and it's being referred to as Google Docs. I just feel it's counterproductive. Twitter and YouTube, Silent. In social media terms. Now, the actual thing that they're doing, putting thoughts and information, evidence and details together coherently before they get up there and they start firing off messages, I think is a good trend. Stop, breathe, then open your mouth. Yes, they have a point, mind. What does the merman's beam even do, anyway? A couple of years ago, it may have helped neutralize Mount Rushless, thereby preventing an apocalyptic event. But what has it done since then? I mean, continue to do that, maybe? This is going to be a fiddly one. There's a lot of, ornate molding that is going to conceal things. I don't know. I get hung up on terminology choices. It's not a matter of new slang. That kind of stuff is going to happen. It's going to cycle. Some of it will stick. Some of it won't. It's... when there's kind of a willfully stupid element to some of the choices being made. Um, such as use of the word fit to mean outfit. And my problem with that is, again, not that they have decided, that folks have decided, hey, we have new terminology. It is fit already meant and continues to mean something in terms of clothing. So when you say my fit regarding clothing, there is the distinct possibility that you are referring to the fit of the clothes, not your outfit. Like, both things work within any given context. So even the context doesn't help you know that. I mean, so the term Riz, I appreciate it primarily in that it originates from charisma, and that because of the use of Riz, people are aware of the term charisma more frequently. But otherwise, it's just kind of a okay. I mean, on the plus side, its verb version doesn't feel bad as a result. I think the concept was definitely known there, Dodds, but more its use in common parlance. Like, as a day-to-day term, charisma is generally not something that you would expect to come up as frequently as the word Riz does. I mean, anybody that's played something like Dungeons and Dragons is probably going to be aware of the term charisma, but even then, it's... I don't frequently hear people say things like, that person has charisma, as opposed to something else, you know? Hasn't become a fully anachronistic term, and, you know, again, it's being brought back. The real interesting part with a lot of slang terms that enter kind of more common usage is how widely do they end up getting like picked up? And how long do they last? Do they end up being one of those, you know, we stop saying it after like a couple of years and it becomes cringy, or is it something that sticks? And it's especially fun when it sticks and it bubbles up through age groups. You know, Are we going to see news commentators unironically try to use the word Riz? Yep, sometimes it sticks. Sometimes it doesn't stick. Like with a lot of trends, the internet helps a lot of these things proliferate and cycle very quickly. Because lots of people get exposed to it and start using it much more quickly, as opposed to it being a very, like, regional thing. Yep, TV would have had the same general effect. Yeah. People hear the term more quickly, and then you add in social media, and now it's this is not only a term being used by this one newscaster or, radio personality. This is something I heard on the internet, and it seemed cool, and thus I shall do it, and post it on the internet. And the infection spreads. Which is why it's interesting, like, how many of these, which terms stick around. Because the exposure and the proliferation also increases the people get tired of it rate. It's not cool anymore. We don't say that anymore. It's lame. Isn't it fun thinking about the fact that there are, 1.5 to 2 full generations that have never interacted with an actual television, as far as, TV shows? They have only interacted with a giant monitor connected to, computers or streaming services. I mean, you think of what was a traditional television show is it's like, well, it's like watching a video online, except you can never skip the ads and you can't choose when you're going to watch it, or if you even can watch it. Now, the real excruciating thing about a lot of these, changes in technology and whatnot is that we have, on average, our lawmakers are at least 3 steps behind what we've got as far as the technology that they, were culturally most exposed to. And often continue to be. And some of it's just the proliferation of available media having changed. Like, it is legitimately easy to self-publish a book now. Like, the cost to fire off an ebook is infinitesimal compared to the original cost to get a, paperback into a store. Is there a trap door on your bandstand? Love how the bandstand has a hatch, just in case the band are tanking and need to get away. I mean, in general, I don't ultimately care as far as lawmakers. Their age is technically irrelevant. It's their willingness to actually accept modern realities. And the back in my day factor. Alright, thanks for joining us, Dobbs. Well, hopefully we'll get plenty more streams going this week, on time and to schedule. Wouldn't that be neat? we definitely still have the roof, and we probably have the upper side of some of the pillar molding there. Ember currently has herself propped up on my chest under my chin. Like having one of those neck pillows, but with a heating element. You can't put this interior. I didn't mean to soap it, but... The whole column is a single unit, then. All of this. Okay. Up we go. Deploy the soap. Got a lot of crust up here, so... Whole lot of crust. Much of it coated as we can early so that we can... Oh, okay. It's... The soap is a charge-up meter. First time we've actually been stopped from continuing our soap use. check it again in a moment and see if how much it's recharged, if at all. We're sciencing. Anywhere that the foam actually replaced grime, the foam is considered dirt, as far as the detector is concerned. Whoops. It does seem to steadily refill. It's the I can't be bothered with your nonsense meter. You have infinite, but you'll spend more time if you use it too much. Sorry, you'll have to wait if you use it when there was something more valuable to use it on, and you did it anyway. But I appreciate that because it's regenerating, you are actively encouraged to make use of it. Again, the soap in the first game was... you were kind of discouraged from using it since a strong enough washer was as good as using the soap, but was a permanent benefit as opposed to a temporary one. Nice. Nope, there's just the one foamy soap. Like, the spirit of that in PowerWash 1 was interesting. The fact that there were specific types of grime. Like, this is specifically rust, not just really durable dirt. And that different soaps would help on it. But, again, the fact that you had to buy the soap, load the soap, use the soap, and potentially buy more soap, made it a system that discouraged you from using it. Like, I wouldn't mind if they had the what type of gunk is this and use the right soap on it. If, like, buying the soap was a permanent upgrade, I could switch to different soaps. I think that would still be good. You know, it acts as like a different nozzle for the soap dispenser. Is which soap. So right now it's just the one soap. Yeah, it recharges relatively swiftly. Pretty much, I like to use it for anything that needs the red nozzle. Same with, like, the spinny nozzle. Saves a lot of time on that, like the graffiti kind of stuff. The strange glowing goo in the gas station. Otherwise, I mean, you can switch nozzles. You can change things up in that regard. Alright. It's a corbel decoration. One arch, one column, pedestal. Apparently this is called a corbel. Huh. Unaware that there was such a thing? Nice. PowerWash Services. On behalf of the Barclay Street Residents Committee, I'd like to commission you to clean the eyesore, which is number 46. Oh. Very nice old-style house there. Let's check something here. Alright, let's run the time lapse here. Nice. You're here. Fantastic. This house has been a blight on the street for ages. Honestly, if he wasn't such a good lawyer, we'd sue him for lost valuation to our collective property. Not to mention the damage he's doing to Muckingham's chance of becoming Town of the Year. Barclay Street is front and center of the mayoral procession route, as I'm sure he's aware. Don't worry about getting evicted. We've checked all the local bylaws. It's perfectly legal for you to be here, so let's get washing. I don't know if I want to take the job. They're clearly an HOA. Oh, wow. Mossy. Alright, we're going to take a quick break. I will be right back. And we're back. Gnome. Seas. Squeak. And there's Bubble. Hello, Mr. Radio. Welcome, welcome. Joining us for the start of our next level in PowerWash Simulator. I take it you are a fan of Has-Been Hotel, or at least the art thereof. Wait, Wishy, you know whose house you're cleaning, right? A lot of red on that, what is that called? The porch, isn't it? Yeah. Very common word has just completely fled my mind. This place is just covered. Definitely going to need to use the finer nozzles on a lot of this, aside from soaping it. Soap, but okay. Yellow is making pretty good inroads into the moss and what have you. A neat entryway. Really like the look of that. Sort of circular entry arch there. Nice. Wonder if our, or when our little person will start texting us again to, you know, reveal the cliffhanger that they dropped on us there. You know, don't you know whose house this is? I like to think they're typing furiously, but also incredibly slowly despite that. Oh, wow. Xavian Lesage, the legendary lawyer. Apparently they were all set to take down the mayor years ago. But after being foiled by a dirty jury, he got so disillusioned that he went into seclusion and has been there ever since. I mean, the initial shape and some of the density of muck on the front door was bad, but there are plenty of fixtures that can be targeted here to keep moving, keep momentum. Of course, there's nothing to say that we won't use soap liberally. Bunch of good climbing tools available to us. See how much we'll actually need them. I mean, we're going to need them somewhat. There's plenty of vertical surfaces on this one. This is definitely the kind of house you would expect to contain a eccentric recluse. Strange shapes and windows. We wanted to take it a step further, we would refer to the geometry of the house as non-Euclidean. I still love that the insistence on saying non-Euclidean geometry and similar was another instance of Lovecraft's kind of passive racism, as well as his strange relationship with technologies and similar. So, non-Euclidean geometry is geometry on the surface of a sphere. The geometry that many people are more familiar with, and that in general you would be, like, trained or educated in, is geometry on a flat plane. And while they are very similar, there are some aspects of geometry on the surface of a sphere that are not the same. Like, there are things that are true when you're dealing with curvature that won't be universally true in the same fashion. So him saying non-Euclidean geometry was essentially him saying foreign geography. Do you think we should ask Xavian if it's okay to be here? My golden rule is never get out of the bad side of good people. Get on the bad side of good people. And then, so the fact that, Lovecraft was saying essentially foreign geometry, which lines up with a letter that he sent a friend at one point, in which he referred to himself as not having the constitution for math. Which I think syncs up pretty clearly. Things like non-Euclidean angles have become right up there with, squamous and rugose. And other words that can carry other meanings. Pretty straightforward to parse CSVs in C#. I will say, just in general, Godot doesn't like something to be called a .csv. Since, it tries to treat it as a comma-delimited translation string file. But you can get around that by just changing the file extension, since there's nothing special about .csv. Oh. We have, our music has crashed. One moment. Oh, no. Apparently not. It got better. Yeah, I don't know if there's a clean way to get the bridges between them. Like, you can talk to the Godot engine, but I don't know that there's a way to get the Godot classes in there in the same fashion. Like, from Godot to custom Godot extension classes. Haven't really tried it. Yep, it's figuring out how you want to wrangle the handoffs, you know? Avian Lesage, it's an honor. We just wanted to make sure that we're fine being here today. Admit that when you first started working, I was tempted to open a window, holler Pearson versus Kingsky 1975 at you and get you escorted from the premises. But actually, I'm quite enjoying the ambiance. I mean, there's a layer to JSON that is just interpreting, so as long as the format that results from it, the string that results from it, is still properly JSON formatted, you should still be okay. I wonder if Pearson versus Kingsky 1975 is actually a court precedent. It's terrible that we have entered a stage like that where all, like, well, technically what AI, like, the large language models being used in court in legal proceedings has shown is that a lot of people in those professions are willing to just take what they're given at face value. The fact that judges took a legal brief from a lawyer, prosecution or defense, and took it at face value that all of the precedent that they listed was true implies that they were doing that before. The fact that they're relying on some like chatbot to generate it doesn't change the fact that they did not verify it. I mean, you've been learning programming what amounts to the traditional modern way, and that's, you know, dig around online and find documentation and examples. But a core part of that flow is try it, look at it, try to understand it, implement it, see if it works right. All of that, which is something that's going missing. That is the mayor saying that he wants us to clean his dirigible. Hey, Deku, good to see you again. Welcome back. Is that a dirigible or a zeppelin? Or a blimp? I know they're all different things. Interesting that programming simultaneously is a matter of finding the precision in your instructions, but also learning kind of the nuance, the fiddly bits. Things are going pretty well. Schedule got messed up yesterday, but we're back at it. Trying to put together some clips of the PowerWash streams. Nice. Did you enjoy washing houses and painting them? Or was it one of those it's a living kind of scenarios, you know? Be getting, and we're getting there. We're closing in on that next sprayer. Also helps that I can it also helps that I can also detect from the manner in which you've cleaned the first 49% of my house that you intend to do a thorough job. Okay. Non-trivial part of this game is finding the segments, finding the things that, like, count for completion, since, one, you get the positive feedback, but also you get that auto-clear on them. So that object is ticked off the list, and you get closer to being able to home in on the remainders. I still find the fact that there is, in fact, speed running of this terribly amusing. And I've said before that there's going to be speed running of pretty much everything as long as there's a way to do it. You know, there are lots of roguelikes without the ability to specify a seed that make it difficult to do that. But outside of that, if you can fully specify the parameters of a run, you're going to get somebody that wants to say they did it better than everybody else. In there. We're again going for the everything I can reach without having to use climbing tools first pattern. Our pressure for like full clear of the wall is kind of loose. We've still got a bit to go before we have both the money for the washer, but also the soap head and the grip extensions. We want all 3 of those upgrades to go with it at the time that we get it. Because we want to be able to get maximum distance on top of the extra strength. And we need to be able to use the soap head without constantly switching between washers. Really nice place this lawyer has, though, you know, probably shouldn't be surprised. all these leaves. Oh. Got an awful lot of red on the ground here, sir. Very, like, floral burst patterning in the red goo. I'm reminded of the Simpsons speed holes, you know? Painting your balcony red reduces wind resistance. Your Ember playing in the background. She sounds so upset when she is happily chasing around her favorite toys. There we go. Our power wash parkour going again. I mean, this guy has the partial excuse of being a bit of a, you know, shut-in as far as the place not being clean, but again, it's not the fact that the place is dirty, it's the degree of dirty. This feels like you did this on purpose kind of dirty. Here he is. Several hairs from a British short hair have transferred from your person to my windowsill. It appears you still have possession of the mayor's cat. See PowerWash Simulator 1. Target for the night is to finish up this level. The fact that it's a prior opponent of the mayor, and the mayor has pinged us to do some work on his blimp. And owning a personal blimp is another one of those, like, so you're a villain, right? Kind of things. Blimp being the lower end of the obviously villainous transport spectrum with... I'm not sure which would lead the pack, but having a dirigible or a zeppelin makes it worse. Where are the kitties? Yeah, I know, Ember, I know. No. They're all hiding out. Except for Ember, who has once again climbed upon me and demanded to be cradled like a baby. She will very firmly rub her face against the cup on my headset here. And when she's purring, it will echo into it. The vibration will pass through to my ears. So it goes from Ember's soft rumble to a much deeper rumble. Ooh, are they trying to sell you the bearskin tactical hoodie, Lore? Yeah, they shifted their advertisement from just being like, it's a really good hoodie that has, like, all these extra features, to they're really leaning into the, you know, real men need a manly hoodie kind of nonsense. To me, it's like, it's a hoodie. There's no making this masculine. It's also another one of those weird examples of the if only there was a better way style advertisement. You know, let the sort of advertisement that is, let's show somebody using a standard product in the dumbest way possible, and then let's show them being amazed when we show them something that is a marginal but way less convenient and way more expensive variant. For me, it's... I mean, at least they've stopped assuming that I own way more guns than I do. Like, they were very convinced that I needed secret gun saves and concealed carry holsters. There is another set of advertisements for hoodies/sweaters that is very likely to be AI generated, as well as I've seen ads for things like mugs and whatnot that are absolutely AI generated. Yeah, Xavian, about that, the mayor's been demanding Ulysses back. Where do we stand? Well, did you have an official transfer of guardianship? If not, then I'm afraid he has a case. Oh, no we didn't. Okay, thanks. I mean, you'd have a strong case for he abandoned the animal. Oh yeah, the still frame ads that show up in the feed or in the corners are rife with it. I still get piles of the. This is very clearly a an actor who gave the rights to their to act as a talking head, or an actor that definitely didn't. Doing the I am looking at the camera, but very clearly not saying the words that you're pretending I am. For me, the most common of the, clearly generated ads was anything to do with pink salt. They have now moved on to natural honey as the miracle drug, which isn't a new miracle drug. Neither was pink salt, but like dozens of variations on them saying the pink salt trick and then showing them mixing random stuff together. These ads are not uncommonly combined with the, a young genius from MIT, an ex-astronaut, a super secret engineer of some kind, has the secret truth that the man doesn't want you to know. They know the secret truth that the government is hiding about swamp box coolers. Yeah, there's a variation of those that always starts with like, don't do this unless you want thing that we're trying to convince you is very positive. The pink salt ones often had, don't do this unless you want to lose like 10 dress sizes in a week. It's, yeah, that'd probably kill you to do. Like that much weight that quickly? Yeah, you're going to have something terrible happen. was one of them. I lost so much weight. My doctor told me to eat more burgers. It's if your doctor is telling you to eat fatty, greasy food, you have wrecked your body. You are in trouble. Diet industry has known about this fast weight loss trick but is keeping it hidden from the public. But I'm going to tell you the secret of the swallow a whole pile of tapeworm eggs diet. They'll have you losing pounds a day. I could absolutely believe that somebody had diet pills that were just parasites. I can absolutely believe that that happened, and that there are some people that didn't need to be tricked into it being a diet pill. It's actually really good for your guts. They're friendly things. That kind of thing falls into the it's very stupid and self-destructive, but has to do with vanity, so it's almost universally believable, even if it's outrageous. That sort of thing that, you know, like 1 or 2 seconds of extra thought would save you an ER visit. Like, you know, normally applying a hot iron to my face would seem like a bad idea. But the celebrity in the commercial did say it would give me a rosy complexion. So... Oh. Good old Botox. Yeah, we inject botulism toxin. You mean that stuff that can kill you if you let canned foods rot? Yeah, that stuff. But we use just a little, and that makes you pretty. I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of things that it's like, well, you know, used right, this thing that is otherwise dangerous or a poison is actually healthy. But if vanity is involved, it's almost universally being done wrong. I can't help but see the... anytime somebody says trick, and I kind of view trick as the same word as hack when we see this kind of thing. Anytime... Oh, my train of thought has gone completely off the rails. It's gone. Maybe once the disaster recovery team gets it, gets the wreckage away from the town, then I can figure out what I was thinking. Those moments when you had something that you wanted to say and it's just gone. It is completely gone. It was something to do with the general concept of, like, health trend life hacks and whatnot. One of the obnoxious things about the whole, like, life hack kind of trends is that a lot of the things they're doing, if taken as, hey, look at this neat thing that I can do, like, just this neat thing you can accomplish. Like, a lot of times they're inefficient, or they're using bad tools, or any number of problems, but taken as, like, it's just a neat trick. Cool. Like, I'm going to weld a whole bunch of scrap metal together to make the most convoluted tire iron you can imagine. Okay, I mean, neat little arts and crafts thing. But to present it as this is a valid alternative to just going down the street, spending the same amount of money that you spent on solder and, like, scrap metal that you could have used otherwise, and buying a wrench. Like, that's not good. Nice. Alright, let's see it. It's a very pretty little house. It's the kind of building that, if it were in darker tones, and, you know, on a dark and stormy night, it would be the old Johnson place or something like that. And after saying it, thunder would roll. Rather hoping to employ the hilarious refrain, "You've missed a bit," and back it up with photographic evidence, but you didn't, so I can't. The airship. Yeah, you're a villain. If you own an airship, you're a villain. Modern day. Like, anytime, let's be generous and say after the 1940s, you can't own an airship without being like a comic book villain. It's part of the paperwork. Yeah, but that's like in a full fantasy environment. You know, you're gonna have levitation stones and whatnot. That's mass transit. You pull up to the bank in your airship, you're intending to rob the place. There's just, people are gonna assume that. Superheroes will respond. Trust you've heard about all the disgraceful scenes at the site of that Fishman statue? Way too much fuss over what is, frankly, the theft of a couple of chunks of colored glass from a very old and very poor piece of art. Yeah, you stole them. Yeah, the guy's going all Snidely Whiplash on us. I mean, he wants the cat back because he doesn't have his Muttley anymore. Naturally, I responded immediately by sending my airship to reassure the gathering crowd. Well, between you and me, we were in the area anyway, notifying any desert-dwelling outliers of my victory in the county elections. I mean, though, imagine you thought, like, this was a cool vehicle, like you inherited it or something, so you went out flying, and everywhere you go, some caped crusader jumps out and tries to beat the hell out of you. Like, I'm just going to pick up McDonald's. I don't, what do you do? Oh, I'm sorry, citizen, my mistake. It's the airship, you understand. So then, you know, it's parked in the yard. It's got a for sale sign next to it. You know, willing to part with cheap, need to buy a regular car. But all the sales keep getting disrupted because they think you're an evil villain trying to, like, market weapons of destruction. So now nobody wants to buy your airship. It's a real problem with local communities. Alright, what did we get? What did we get? We are close here, but we wouldn't be able to also get the soap, I think. Because we could get 1,000... Let's see here. 1,750 out of this. And we need at least the 750 just to get this far. So we're not quite there, but we're real close to getting the 3,000. Let me check some stuff here. Yeah. I think we're going to stick to the plan. We're going to stick to the plan. We'll wrap up there for the night. Well, I hope everybody had a good time watching with us tonight. This is always a fun game for me. again, it's the neat little stuff that's going on. Sometimes it's just a little side tangent that tells you about the world more. Sometimes it's part of that developing narrative, wondering like what is actually going on with this town. What's up? Uh, it's just an enjoyable time, and we got to have a lot of fun chats today. Well, folks, if you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All of that kind of stuff helps the channels grow. If you'd like to consider supporting the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means like memberships and subscriptions, bits and super chats, on that sort of thing. You can find links to all of my channels in my profile and in the video descriptions. But with that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.